Kugri just resubscribed for 17 months. Continuous supporting, D.
Breakschin said, lol. Breakschin said, good morning everyone. Breakschin said, how you guys? Breakschin said, I'm having my breakfast. Depression got me too said, can I have my GN kiss? Satay YY underscore said, morning tilde. Breakschin said, NAUR. But Panda said, is that a square PWATTA? Morning Satay. Hot Zero N Balls said, breakfast blind bag. Breakschin said, it's not prata. Breakschin said, cotton bowels explained. Breakschin said, haha. Disgusting Yaoshi said, did I heard prata for breaky? Hot Zero N Balls said, IDW. Ninjinran said, hey I just realized the BGM. Breakschin said, yep. Haha. Hot Zero N Balls said, I'm shopping now. Breakschin said, KKK. Breakschin said, this playlist is courtesy of Rin. Ninjinran said, making use of that GST money. Hot Zero N Balls said, I took the quotient. Breakschin said, I just realized no chat box makes this VOD super weird. Hot Zero N Balls said, can't wait to eat it. Ha ha ha. Iavern said, good morning. Ninjinran said, haha. True. Ninjinran said, Quitho tilde. Breakschin said, morning. Hot Zero N Balls said, good morning everyone. Iavern said, GST money for more kits. Tears of joy. Breakschin said, IRL alert sounds off. Hot Zero N Balls said, today's breakfast is rescued pastries from poor. Breakschin said, the fruits on my pastry very sour. Breakschin said, hello Darren. Hot Zero N Balls said, we have 3 pastries, 2 cakes and 1 loaf of bread for $15. Hot Zero N Balls said, oh, you can eat the cake for dessert later. Grace Chin said, I can't, it's chocolate. Ninjinran said, is it me or your shield mode on? Ninjinran said, you click on accident R. Hot Zero N Balls said, there's strawberry. Grace Chin said, it's off for me. Ninjinran said, weird, maybe Twitch glitched out for me ZZ. But Panda said, J-Chan need that sliced fish and ginger porridge. Grace Chin said, yes, porridge sounds good. Grace Chin said, I'm so sick of having no voice, man. Foot Panda said, see, my food reco is good. Foot Panda said, the most is JBHDL. Grace Chin said, yes, for once. But Panda said, actually your throat is what? Sore. Grace Chin said, it's a weird feeling. Grace Chin said, like maybe overused. Grace Chin said, and too heaty. But Panda said, recruit never drink water. Darren Tran said, like mothers always say, Sela, ask you drink more water, Liao.
になった頃にはみんな忘れちゃうのかな。私は今も不意に思い出す。私はもう負けない、誰にも触れさせない、可愛くなるのただそれだけでいい。私を汚したもの全部を蹴散らしたら、この世界もきっと愛してみせるから。私はまだできるよ、みんなと同じだから。消えない傷も痛くはないから。私を壊したもの全部を投げつけたら、この世界もきっと愛してみせるから。泡を数えて白骨無の糸未完成。好きなキャンディーもどこか苦くて甘いの。ないとね、あそこでコンティニュー。続く道がもう平坦で、スカーフォレストは安全と排気のゲート。天使の輪が放り出して海をまっすぐ泳ぐ。大層はきっと自由よ。散々ね。結末は見て、大層はきっと人生よ。散々ね。
Of these new artists where as I'm trying to almost like
I need help. I just came back.
Grace Jin said, oh man, my TikTok lol.
Back from Raffle City, and I got a.
量産型工場ライン、トーク電波に負けたらダメ。無個性のサイボーグきっとしとバカじゃないの。おまじない3秒でもやもやバイバイ無敵なもん。顔が認め
Ninjinran said, your music stopped lol. Ninjinran said, big poop. Darrentran said, and I just Breaks Chin said, I'm back. Breaks Chin said, I guess we can do room cleaning stream. Ninjinran said, nicey. Breaks Chin said, a lot to clean. Breaks Chin said, GGWP. Breaks Chin said, Breaks Chin changed the title to Cleaning Room, Lost My Voice, Breaks Chin. For own socials, DND. Breaks Chin said, let's begin. Foot Panda said, I recently went back to visit my secondary school. I look like Macham Kai from Kung Fu Panda arriving. Grace Chin said, lol. Grace Chin said, super alumni. Foot Panda said, the school kids now got 3 type, 1 is thin, 2 is medium, 3 is weighing scale replacement. Grace Chin said, lol. Grace Chin said, there's no in between. Tu Sanar said, is his voice still gone? Oh wait. Tu Sanar said, it is. Grace Chin said, yeah, still gone. Sag. Grace Chin said, I used it for a while in a meeting YTD. Then gone. Foot Panda said, Najitsia, like no in-betweens one then the school gym then, no one uses it anymore Sag. My generation built that gym LMAO. Grace Chin said, haha. Iovern said, which kit's going on sale on carousel? Grace Chin said, the only gym they go to is the canteen. Grace Chin said, not selling. Grace Chin said, hello Iovern. Foot Panda said, but fun la, get to see my old classrooms. Pretty nice. Meet old teachers. They be like, helps la, the kids this day's worse than your generation study don't want to, exercise don't want to. Grace Chin said, haha. Grace Chin said, GG. Grace Chin said, they becoming the lazy types. Grace Chin said, or maybe the I generation. Grace Chin said, yes. And a ladder. Ivan said, EHH like the bookcase with built-in ladder. Grace Chin said, lol. Grace Chin said, sounds nice actually. Foot Panda said, at most, build shelf into the ceiling. Grace Chin said, Inter. Ivan said, can open live TikTok sell kits already haha. Grace Chin said, lol. Grace Chin said, ain't no way. Kuri said, hello I'm back. Grace Chin said, we're running a Dungeons & Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, gracechin.com. Hello. Kuri said, how bad is your lost voice? Grace Chin said, it sounds like puberty. Kuri said, here lay. Greatschin said, nu. Kuri said, or. Kuri said, chug some stepsels, warm pipergau. Greatschin said, yeah. Kuri said, wood's not good enough. Kuri said, seeing that you are not out of woods yet. Greatschin said, dead. Greatschin said, roll d20 for cringe. Greatschin said, ha. Kuri said, expect more during D&D. Greatschin said, yeah. Etuklam said, wow, so much Gundam stuff. Greatschin said, yes, sir. Greatschin said, a lot. Kuri said, Misty wondering why you envy talk to her. Greatschin said, yeah. Haha. Greatschin said, or maybe it's just better for her. Lolo. Kuri said. Later you scare her with an unknown voice. Lol. Kuri said. Why Daki not Nanami anymore? Greats Chin said. Lol. Greats Chin said. I was ALR lazy to put back. Kuri said. So CP already. Kuri said. What else you want to do? Kuri said. I can play Monster Hunter in 2 hours. Greats Chin said. I'd probably be going off by then. Greats Chin said. I need to clean my table and fit my Gundam in. Ninjinran said. Misty haha. Kuri said. Does Misty ever try jumping into the glass? Greats Chin said. Yes. Greats Chin said. She always wants to go in. Ayavan said. Misty waiting for the doors to the shelf to be opened. Kuri said, maybe she is trying to open it herself. Ivan said, haha, I see the dog from JoJo. Great Chin said, shush is scheming. Great Chin said, IDK how to fit my new gun class in. Haha. Ivan said, time to browse new shells. Great Chin said, actually a bit lazy to clean up. Haha. Kuri said, Ikea, visit. Zavogad said, what is behind desktop table? Kuri said, eat meatballs. Great Chin said, new here. Make sure to follow so you never miss a stream. Darrentron said, he misty. Great Chin said, Optimus Prime and floor mat. Great Chin said, nah. Darrentron said, he panda. Darrentron said, time to stream Panda. Ninjinran said, Panda on her throne. Greats Chin said, J-Chan streams on Mons Wednesday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There may be additional streams sometimes, so keep your alerts on. Greats Chin said, man. Greats Chin said, I'm too lazy. Greats Chin said, gonna stop here. HAHHA. Kuri said, or. Darrentron said, www.twitch.tv. Darrentron said, yay panda. Kuri said, I'm drinking honey ginger tea now. Greats Chin said, life feels boring without my voice. Haha. Greats Chin said, sounds nice. Darrentron said, as long as got meows, no problem. Kuri said, not a bad bar. Kuri said, that. Greats Chin said, yeah cannot talk properly. Haha. Kuri said, learn sign language. Greats Chin said, nice clip. Darrentron said, accidentally learned jujitsu. Greats Chin said, too lazy. Greats Chin said, LOLOL. Grace Chin said, let's go shopping. Arranger Jules said, hello. Grace Chin said, hello. Grace Chin said, I've given up on cleaning my room. Arranger Jules said, we're shopping, let's go. Arranger Jules said, lol, why? Grace Chin said, lazy. Grace Chin said, no motivation. Kuri said, go shopping where? Arranger Jules said, real. Grace Chin said, IDK lay actually. Darren Trin said, Wildafak. Grace Chin said, lol kazoo light. Arranger Jules said, what is that? Grace Chin said, Monster Hunter. Arranger Jules said, oh. Darren Trin said, it looks like it could tickle my ass and run away giggling. Arranger Jules said, H-A-H-A-H-A. Grace Chin said, what? Grace Chin said, H-A-H-A-H-A. Uri said, have you heard of the son of the hunter that went to play with the kazoo? Grace Chin said, nope, what happened? Grace Chin said, we're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, gracechin.com. Kuri said, it was a shocking experience and he got grounded for a week. Grace Chin said, carrot 3 slots left. Grace Chin said, WOIW. Grace Chin said, electrifying joke. Grace Chin said, H-A-H-A-H. Grace Chin said, I think my weekend too fierce ALR. Ayaburn said, where we shopping at? Grace Chin said, today may be inertia from all the activity. Grace Chin said, right now it's Chronicles Inc. Chonkachu said, hey brew. Grace Chin said, hello. Chonkachu said, shopping again. Yichindathrol said, have you tried 100 plus with a little pinch of salt? Grace Chin said, shopping yes. Grace Chin said, oh we haven't try 100 plus with salt. I go get. Yichinda Throwell said, NNO harm trying tilde haha. Chonkachu said, that's actually a headache remedy somebody told me to try lol. Zelfirius said, morning J-chan, wishing for you to get well soon. Disgusting Yaoshu said, bye. Huri said, you want karaoke session at my place. Yichinda Throwell said, irons that energizes cells, it cures headache, lousai and etc., can help with throat inflammation too. Chonkachu said, ya seer and iti orcs. Greatschin said, morning, thank you. Greatschin said, Noah. Greatschin said, I'm just looking at this Gundam Miku. Greatschin said, so nice. Greatschin said, I should just pre-order. Yichinda Throwell said, bye 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 tilde vanished. Greatschin said, haha. Chonkachu said, see the Gundam Miku. Chonkachu said, Ayo. Greatschin said, a lot of nice details for 28. Greatschin said, nice centerpiece. Iovern said, Brew, you should be looking for shells instead of adding more things to your collections. Greats Chin said, please recommend storage shelves. HHAHA. Guri said, IKEA. Greats Chin said, I actually need more room than shelves. Yichinta Throwell said, gonna get some food tilde later. I'm full on shelves. Greats Chin said, okay see ya Yichin. Greats Chin said, IRMB checking IKEA for shelves. Iovern said, you want metal industrial shelves. Greats Chin said, end up I just get from Shopee. Greats Chin said, no la I don't need shells. Greats Chin said, just messing with you. Greats Chin said, I just need to build more. Kuri said, IKEA for idea. Taobao for order. Chonkachu said, he need a second home. Jovank said, hello. Iovern said, that's right. Greats Chin said, ah, ha ha. Greats Chin said, hello Jovank. Greats Chin said, this one nicer. Chonkachu said, oh yeah I'm not sure I'm going way too, are you going? Kuri said, will your voice recover by DND? Greats Chin said, yet going. Greats Chin said, most likely, 1 month more. Greats Chin said, I find it weird. Get me stuff on Throne, throne.com. That P Bandai is not selling out. Greats Chin said, they still got stock. Greats Chin said, a lot of stock. Kuri said, maybe just restocked. Greats Chin said, usually on the day itself we'll have a few sold out. Greats Chin said, but I see so many cool kids here. It's quite crazy. Toby said, the PG unicorn gone. Greats Chin said, oh yeah true. Greats Chin said, I saw it YTF. YTD. Greats Chin said, welcome Hito. Chonkachu said, okay bro, see you there TMRW, I go lol. Greats Chin said, haha. Greats Chin said, I tried to reach earlier. Greats Chin said, at night I got things. Greats Chin said, if I get 5 PM slot I will GG. Chonkachu said, yay same got work later. Kuri said, oh yeah, recently playing a game called One Hand Clapping. Interesting game. Hot Zero N Balls said, how is this room cleaning? Greats Chin said, lol.
Down before. What the hell is this? Come on, you can do.
Greats Chin said, oh. Greats Chin said, Rin played this game. Haha.
Works every time. Really? Why did I do that?
Darren Trin said, one hand clapping brew. Greats Chin said, why? Toby said, Stellar Blade also one hand clapping. Kuri said, makes me realize how out of tune I am. Greats Chin said, AHHAAHA. Deadla. Greats Chin said, I can't play this game, confirm always out of tune. Kuri said, if you can sing karaoke you can play the game. Kuri said, bah. Ryanla said, bye. Ryanla said, bye. Greats Chin said, I like this quite a bit. Might actually. Ryanla said, 28 not bad eh? Greats Chin said, yeah look nice too. Kuri said, 3-piece left. Greats Chin said, yay. Arranger Jules said, but. Arranger Jules said, bye. Greats Chin said, I do after stream. Greats Chin said, yes guys chill. Haha. Okay I put on throne now. Greats Chin said, help me buy. HAHAH. Chonkachu said, Just buy, if you regret you can sell it. Great Chin said, wow. Great Chin said, that's what I told one of my viewers. Great Chin said, he has since been unable to sell it. AHHA. Arranger Jules said, toxic. Great Chin said, can't RMB what he have. Great Chin said, 5 ind. Haha. Kuri said, then you take responsibility and buy from him. Chonkachu said, lol. Great Chin said, brew. Great Chin said, IDM but. Great Chin said, I got so many. Chonkachu said, agree. Arranger Jules said, Kanda. Great Chin said, she asking for attention. Great Chin said, too much atten. Kuri said, wah, UNV talk to her. Kuri said, XD. Great Chin said, yeah lol. Great Chin said, where else should I shop? Great Chin said, any online TCG shops. Kuri said, Ikea. Ninjinran said, haha she done want you to disturb her but still accepts the butt pat. XD. Great Chin said, yeah she still want. Haha. Kuri said, TCG IIDK honestly. Great Chin said, found it. Kuri said, oh, see what's cursed on Facebook Market. Great Chin said, this one is Orchard 1. Great Chin said, Facebook I avoiding cause doxability height. Kuri said, true. Great Chin said, lol. They don't have. Great Chin said, oh. Great Chin said, I can go see. Ryan said, this is a failed Gundam TCG. Grace Chin said, yes, yeah. Grace Chin said, new here. Make sure to follow so you never miss a stream. What is this real? Grace Chin said, I bought mine for 50. Ryanla said, damn 37. Puri said, now you buy this and sell for 45. Grace Chin said, here's a snapshot of what Children's Cancer Foundation does, www.ccf.org.sg. Wow. Scalp. Grace Chin said, the booster packs are expensive sour. We're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, gracechin.com. I got mine 70. 76. D&D intro class left 3 only. Ryanla said, I want to totally out. I finished writing the story at 7 a.m. Grace Chin said, what? Grace Chin said, but aren't you at work now? Crazy. Puri said, I go read later. Grace Chin said, you don't have to rush it. Ryanla said, no, I took leave today. Mflim 2019 said, lol. Grace Chin said, oh. Grace Chin said, go sleepla. Ryanla said, I actually just woke up. Grace Chin said, oh what? Welcome Mflim. Puri said, take leaf and turn into Tanuki. Ryanla said, watching stream in bed. Grace Chin said, blow the booster packs so X. Ryanla said, wait for restock. Grace Chin said, faster Air Max soft. Puri said, as X is my girlfriend. Grace Chin said, lol. Puri said, I'm so full. Puri said, I feeling sleepy. Grace Chin said, what did you eat? Ryanla said, idea, cursed leaf item, turns you into a tanuki for 2d6 days. Kuri said, not really good food though. Kuri said, I see D&D brain now. Ryanla said, can't help it, I was thinking about D&D the whole of YTD. Grace Chin said, box of blindness, 7/8 gives you useless item, 1/8 give you what you wish for, secret item excluded from odds. Lol. Ryanla said, okay, I will make sure Madmill sells it to you. Grace Chin said, wow. Ryanla said, and you can't remove. Grace Chin said, huh. Grace Chin said, cannot unequip. Grace Chin said, D&D Labubu. Kuri said, I mean there is already a deck of many things. Ryanla said, I will give him the deck of useless things. Kuri said, cloak of useless things. Grace Chin said, dead. GHAHA. Ryanla said, cloak of invisibility, when you can't see other creatures, other creatures can see you. Kuri said, how about the ring of wild magic? Grace Chin said, huh, what's that? Kuri said, when the wearer say the magic word, roll on wild magic table. Grace Chin said, huh. Kuri said, the word is, Ryanla said, ring of wild magic, but 1 in 2 chance the wild magic will rebound on you. Grace Chin said, fact. Ryanla said, actually wild magic quite fun. Grace Chin said, scalpers be scalping. Kuri said, wow this song. Ryanla said, GG, this is from base pop-up. Kuri said, B Famila. Can't remember what game. Greatschin said, yes. Chonkachu said, lol scalping up to 200%. Ryanla said, damn. Greatschin said, that's why they need to release more stock. Greatschin said, they hold back on stock. Greatschin said, scalpers prosper. Greatschin said, if they flood the market, scalpers will be scared. Greatschin said, I also can't RMB. Greatschin said, oh Nekotsun. Ryanla said, I mean, no matter how the stocks will be limited, no. Kuri said, I know. My friends hate me though. I made everyone vulnerable to piercing, then the giant spider crited someone. Greatschin said, KL side keep restocking. Kuri said, oh right. Tabby ate all the food again. Greatschin said, Ryanla said, my current character is vulnerable to necrotic. We are fighting in a zombie apocalypse who deal necrotic DMG. Greatschin said, this is the first ever model kit I built. Wenchesfinally here said, hello J-chan. Get well soon. Greatschin said, the starter of all the poison. Hello Wang. Ryanla said, ha ha ha. Kuri said, at least that's yourself. My wild magic caused melee almost death. Greatschin said, thanks. Ryanla said, Halu when GG. Wenchesfinally here said, Ryanla hello Ryan. Kuri said, hello Wang. Wenchesfinally here said, why he she sheng, ideographic period. He. Greatschin said, huh. Greatschin said, my CN sucks. Wenchesfinally here said, Kuri hello hand waving Kuri. Greatschin said, actually this week a lot of cool stuff on carousel. Not bad. Kuri said, he is Mo Sheng Ren. Greatschin said, Minus all the Gundam base stuff. Ha. Ha ha. Greats Chin said, I go toilet. Greats Chin said, drank a lot of water. UnnoGamers1234 said, J-Chan just bye bye bye. UnnoGamers1234 said, well hello there. Kuri said, ni hao unknown. UnnoGamers1234 said, should drink more water. UnnoGamers1234 said, well hello there Kuri hand waving. Greats Chin said, hello unknown. UnnoGamers1234 said, need to ask J-Chan to buy got GST voucher. Greats Chin said, haha. Greats Chin said, J-Chan streams on Mons Wednesday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There may be additional streams sometimes, so keep your alerts on. UnnoGamers1234 said, it worth. Greats Chin said, the G40 Gundam. Greats Chin said, designed by Ferrari designer. UnnoGamers1234 said, rare. Greats Chin said, sometimes can see. Greats Chin said, so maybe uncommon. UnnoGamers1234 said, astonished face. Chonkachu said, I post a pic on Discord of my first ever Gundam I got on my birthday 23 years ago lol. Chonkachu said, I wasn't into Gunpla back then at 15. Greats Chin said, ah. Ryanla said, wow G40. Chonkachu said, I think that was the ale strike. Greats Chin said, brew. Grace Chin said, it looks like something else now. Ryan said, can see the age on that thing. Grace Chin said, don't look like Hailstrike. Chonkachu said, Yasia. The dust. Grace Chin said, need to shower already. Grace Chin said, battle damaged. Grace Chin said, woe the plastic. Grace Chin said, disintegrating. Ryan said, so many broken parts, GG. Chonkachu said, the true yellowing example LMAO. Grace Chin said, Yasia. Grace Chin said, this G40. Man. Yichinda Throwell said, so what we buying? Grace Chin said, nothing. Grace Chin said, we window shopping. Yichinda Throwell said, reality. Vanished. Grace Chin said, looks like Gundam TCG posts are increasing. This is a good sign. Yichinda Throwell said, I see. Ryan said, if Bandai acts it in a year, I swear. Grace Chin said, AHHA. Grace Chin said, they won't. I think this looks good. Grace Chin said, I will promote T. Grace Chin said, through my videos. Grace Chin said, We're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, greatschin.com. Greatschin said, huh, what's this? Ryanla said, bye bye bye. Greatschin said, oh my lord. Now I want all. Greatschin said, AHAH. Ryanla said, looks like the Uniqlo one, but fully red or green. Greatschin said, OMG he got two. Ryanla said, yo this guy has all the old rare kits. Greatschin said, Blau go west side again FMLA. Ryanla said, HAHAHA. Chonkachu said, what's this item again? Ryanla said, Hockey Zakui. Greatschin said, it's a keep in the box kinda collection. Ironhide Fourth said, what happened to your voice chief? Chonkachu said, interesting. Ryanla said, suck too many things. Greatschin said, didn't drink enough water, talk too much. Ironhide Fourth said, and good evening to Yoi. Hot Zero N Balls said, ate too much chocolate. Greatschin said, welcome in. Greatschin said, whoa. Ryanla said, just make sure you recover by 6th and stay healthy. Ironhide Fourth said, my massage therapist was having the most difficult time working on my back. She asked, on a 1 to 10 scale, how stressed are you? I said, honestly, only like 0.2. She nodded and said, that explains it, you're 2/10. Greatschin said, this kits are super old. Greatschin said, yes ear. Greatschin said, brew. Hot Zero N Balls said, the 6th of August a bit hard. But the 6th of September still got chance. Ha ha. Hot Zero N Balls said, never say which 6th are. Ryana said, we done need him on the 6th of August. Hot Zero N Balls said, scroll up. Hot Zero N Balls said, I think I see a donkey penguin. Chonkachu said, J-chan, do you want a HGMK2 Titans Gundam? Breaks Chin said, looks cool but not like Super Want. Breaks Chin said, why? Breaks Chin said, I don't see it. Chonkachu said, free bro, I have a couple. Ryana said, just as the TTS Red Chonka MSG, I kenna the vape pad and it says welcome to the best deal of your life. Breaks Chin said, okay gimme. Haha. Hot Zero N Balls said, HAHAHA. Breaks Chin said, haha. Chonkachu said, NB so fast reply. Breaks Chin said, haha. New here, make sure to follow so you never miss a stream. Chonkachu said, okay, I'll bring TMRW. Breaks Chin said, nicey. Breaks Chin said, thank you. Hot Zero N Balls said, HAHAHA. Help. Breaks Chin said, lol. Hot Zero N Balls said, that penguin looks like it's screaming for help. Breaks Chin said, yeah man. Breaks Chin said, I should post up my TCG cards. Just for fun. Breaks Chin said, like put higher than average. Ivan said, buying that penguin. Breaks Chin said, no. Breaks Chin said, IDW a camera in there. Ryan said, I will buy and resell higher. Grace Chin said, lol. Ryan said, Rue 1K. Grace Chin said, 1K ungraded. Ryan said, WTH for Bicea. Ryan said, I mean who the hell will? Grace Chin said, I think eventually. Need to bring up the hype more. Ryan said, really, CFM not that X1 la. Huri said, wah, I fell asleep on the train. XD. Grace Chin said, Satire da. Huri said, Eve 2 full bar. Grace Chin said, about 1K. Ryan said, damn. Perignonic said, good afternoon handsome Grace Chin. Ryan said, how about the RX-78 from Beta? Grace Chin said, he sell below market. Grace Chin said, which one? Ryan said, Ryan said, wait Perignonic said, while looking to buy singles Sia. Grace Chin said, afternoon. Grace Chin said, by ALR really become single. Huri said, hot singles in your area. Perignonic said, ha. Grace Chin said, no way. Perignonic said, how you else sot your voice Sia? Grace Chin said, haha. Grace Chin said, that day Gundam base ALR almost losing ALR. Grace Chin said, then I still talk some more. Grace Chin said, become worse. Kuri said, he dropped it somewhere and can't find it. Kuri said, call police Liao. Ryan said, ST01001RR. Chonkachu said, hi BBRO. Perignonic said, ROFL tilde. Perignonic said, hey a handsome Chonkachus. Ryan said, Wanika. Grace Chin said, Japanese. Ryan said, yay mine Japanese. Grace Chin said, yeah like not bad. Grace Chin said, can go grade ALR. Huri said, wah, this may TTS say bad word. Ryan said, but I using for my deck. Grace Chin said, if it's the beta box then they won't release again. Grace Chin said, $400 card for a deck. No way. Ryan said, can send me the link. Grace Chin said, tcrepublic.com. Grace Chin said, IDK if this is the best website. Ryan said, Thai sir. Grace Chin said, but you can go check more. Iavern said, buying graded cards. Kuri said, J Chan, you know what you need. Hypergal BBY. Ryan said, better than nothing. BBT. Grace Chin said, nor just checking price. Grace Chin said, where? Kuri said, find Bobby. Grace Chin said, mostly central. Ryan said, brew my friends wing 1, 2K. Grace Chin said, hello Chio Turkey. What? Kuri said, delivery. Grace Chin said, nah. Ryan said, tcrepublic.com. Kuri said, deliver to my house for me. Iavern said, you guys should try UUTay for Jap cards. Uri said, wah, PPG coconut. Uri said, oh oat. Ryan said, not buying, just want see how much my card costs. Iovern said, for Pokemon, people use this website for price reference if I'm not wrong, so maybe can use it for reference also if not use eBay last sold thumbs up. Tonkachu said, must buy 1 milk frother, steamer bro. Hyper cow latte. Puri said, I know near my house sell Pipergao ice cream. Iovern said, Pipergao Dalgona. Tonkachu said, nice lol. Ryan said, okay yeah, according to you my card's still about 400. Ryan said, or rather 360. Perignonic said, oh, Dalgona copy. Perignonic said, war I want try. Chonkachu said, now add some gin. Greats Chin said, PPG coffee. Get me stuff on Throne, throne.com. No alcohol. Greats Chin said, we're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, greatschin.com. Iovern said, still good. If got value and you intending to sell, can always price higher calls I'm sure a lot of people sure want to nego low. Grace Chin said, PPG oat milk was good man. Grace Chin said, well, I hope I pull this card. Grace Chin said, I got the box for this. Ryan said, pray gay. Grace Chin said, pray gay. Grace Chin said, actually my box hit not bad see ya. Grace Chin said, 2XLR already. Grace Chin said, I would like a LR++er. Ryan said, LR plus is basically RR Liao. Chio Turkey said, what you eating for lunch? Grace Chin said, leftover food. Grace Chin said, mushroom broth thingy and rice. Chio Turkey said, whack more pepper. Grace Chin said, wow. Ha ha. Chio Turkey said, by the way, I just remember hang that day we went that ramen place. Ryan said, why we whacking pepper katsoon? Grace Chin said, why? Grace Chin said, cause she can't watch daytime streams so can whack. Ha ha. Chio Turkey said, even if you lose your taste, that ramen confirm the flavor you can taste it, it's so good. Great's Chin said, oh. Great's Chin said, the ramen is really good though. Chio Turkey said, did you take any videos that day? Chio Turkey said, preview show chat. Great's Chin said, never lol. Great's Chin said, I was damn shaggin' hungry just WNA eat. Chio Turkey said, I forget to take Dick Lee one. Chio Turkey said, that one legit funny. Great's Chin said, haha. Great's Chin said, the balloon Dick Lee. Great's Chin said, oh you mean NDP. Chio Turkey said, us. Yeah. Great's Chin said, I got one video. Great's Chin said, I will share that video. Great's Chin said, I went to the toilet. Great's Chin said, then they started playing. Great's Chin said, this is home. Great's Chin said, H-A-H-A-H-A. Ryanla said, best vid. Ryanla said, truly at home. Great's Chin said, haha. Great's Chin said, dead. Ryanla said, on the porcelain throne. Natini GML said, nothing says home like shitting in a porta toilet. Great's Chin said, H-A-H-A-H-A. Great's Chin said, dead man. Great's Chin said, man I wish I wasn't coughing. Great's Chin said, I want to use for a reel. Haha. Eric Nonick said, BRB McCanns. Grace Chin said, I go heat up my lunch. Grace Chin said, okay, see ya. Grace Chin said, Jay Chan streams on Mons Wednesday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There may be additional streams sometimes, so keep your alerts on. Grace Chin said, I just realized I need to do a bit of chefing. Grace Chin said, let me set up. Ivan said, silent kitchen. Grace Chin said, yeah, lol. Grace Chin said, new here. Make sure to follow so you never miss a stream.
All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas. All my fellas.
We've been raided by Marvu and they brought 5 fellas.
Marvin said, what a dance. Marvin said, how those spoon roast you. Alabama said, finally you all my fellas. Greatskin said, hello. Greatskin said, welcome raiders. Greatskin said, can we get shoutouts? I have no voice ATM. Marvin said, oh. Marvin said, I built my first white wicket today lol. I finally broke my first lol. Greatskin said, hey cat, check out Marvel at twitch.tv. They were last playing less than no game rated and. Oh man, Marvin said, wrong guy. That's Marvin Polo. Greatskin said, wrong guy. Greatskin said, hey cat, check out Marvel at twitch.tv. They were last playing makers and crafting. How you doing man? Hope you've been good. Marvel said, doing better. Trying to make my way back online after health stuff. I'm cooking my lunch now. Marvin said, cooking and mukbang stream. Greatskin said, big cat's good news. Greatskin said, yes a little mukbang. Greatskin said, how you doing man? Marvin said, ha 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 nice. Greatskin said, hope you've been good. Restart. Brakes Jin said, oh. Chio Turkey said, take a piece of tissue and tap dry the salmon. Brakes Jin said, yes. Brakes Jin said, too late. Haha. Chio Turkey said, oh, marinated. No wonder. Brakes Jin said, yeah. Just Panda said, I sent the trigger step. Brakes Jin said, lol. Chio Turkey said, I saw the plastic got smooth earlier, thought we're going to just throw in like that. Chio Turkey said, never see who's marinated. But Panda said, heck. Geraldine said, he really lost his voice. Grace Chin said, you. Ivan said, yes he did. Geraldine said, done. Geraldine said, 14 more subs to bust under build. Geraldine said, cannot wait. Yichinda Grohl said, have a good tilde, I go out first tilde. Later everyone. Grace Chin said, yes 14 more. CRYQ. Sakajita said, how did Jay-chan lose his voice? Sakajiva said, is that Unagi I see there? Grace Chin said, I strained my voice too much. Grace Chin said, it's salmon. Sakajiva said, oh. Ryla said, man can't afford Unagi. Grace Chin said, if you see I have nothing that means in rich. Ryder said, can't wait for the debut for the fall. Ryder said, Deep, you made it. Grace Chin said, yeah man. Ryder said, maybe T sponsor soon. Ivan said, this Friday trying luck. Grace Chin said, Ivan said, I will Toto draw. Grace Chin said, Friday, haha. Grace Chin said, oh wicked. Ivan said, you're 8.8 draw. Grace Chin said, 8.8 mil I go buy bigger house ALR. Grace Chin said, second football hunter. Ivan said, 5 mil the price. Ivan said, 8.8 is the date haha. Grace Chin said, oh. Grace Chin said, 5 mil also okay. Geo Turkey said, that plastic box is microwavable whore. Grace Chin said, time to eat. Grace Chin said, yep. Geo Turkey said, can't wait for you to do curry don soon. Grace Chin said, curry don. Grace Jin said, why so random? Grace Jin said, here's a snapshot of what Children's Cancer Foundation did. Geotech said, yes, that's still the easiest yummy thing that you can prepare and portion out. Geoturkey said, not so easy to shan a bit too, cause you can add udon rice and change the ingredients in it. Grace Jin said, oh I think I did it before. Geoturkey said, which brand you use? Grace Jin said, I added too much water. Geoturkey said, S&B. Grace Jin said, I think so. Geoturkey said, Redemption Arc LFG. Grace Jin said, I can't IMB lol. Haha. Grace Jin said, maybe next week. Geoturkey said, you gotta find white onion R. Geoturkey said, not yellow, not red, must be white. Grace Jin said, yeah, previously we used yellow haha. Geoturkey said, I never watched that session but I could have guessed it. Grace Jin said, Fluffy was so upset. Geoturkey said, another trick was to add chicken cube in. Geoturkey said, so you use chicken stock instead of plain water. Grace Jin said, oh that's interesting. Geoturkey said, more flavor. Grace Jin said, yeah man. Grace Jin said, whoa now I W Nantry but not this week boys spoil. Geoturkey said, bro, your boys will take till end of month to recover one. Grace Chin said, "Whoa shag. We're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, gracechin.com. Silent stream." Chio Turkey said, "You never put those barley chisantinum tea." Grace Chin said, "Godling Yang." Chio Turkey said, "Express Ma." Herignonet said, "Jay Chan going out later." Herignonet said, "I go of going brass brassacia." Chio Turkey said, "Swap out your plain water into barley." Grace Chin said, "I staying home today." Grace Chin said, "Only barely all the way." Grace Chin said, "New here. Make sure to follow so you never miss a stream." Chio Turkey said, "Yeah, it's also cheap." Herignonet said, "Oh okay, please take care." Chio Turkey said, "You just need panda leaf, rock sugar, barley." Grace Chin said, "Okay, we'll go see." Grace Chin said, "Ah." Chio Turkey said, "Your side got those kind of old school TCM shop." Grace Chin said, "Thanks, Uru." Chonkachu said, "Lots of rest, bro. They will advise." Grace Chin said, "Yeah, have TCM shop." Grace Chin said, "Ah, okay." Chio Turkey said, "Can use your CDC." Grace Chin said, "Yeah man, tonight I'm gonna sleep early, TMR I'm gonna just keep quiet." Chio Turkey said, "I really love those HDB TCM shop." Grace Chin said, "The old school shops are good." Hot Zero N Balls said, "Oh, we have barley." Chio Turkey said, "Yeah, they give good advice on how to make herbal chicken and other stuff." Hot Zero N Balls said, "I got Ling Yang as well." Chio Turkey said, Cock zero and balls your lao say got say. Breaks Chin said, okay. Chio Turkey said, the ling yang is pre-boiled one or what? Ayaburn said, have you tried before those neighborhood massage parlors? Breaks Chin said, it's the ingredients are not pre-boiled. Breaks Chin said, sounds sus lol. Breaks Chin said, okay I'm done. Chio Turkey said, express ingredients. Chio Turkey said, you got the package. Ayaburn said, got some really look not bad so I was thinking to try but then thinking of the past few times I had massage in JB, feels like going back to JB more worth XD. Breaks Chin said, what package? Chio Turkey said, the ling yang. Breaks Chin said, oh the ling yang waiter. Yeah JB more worth. Silliness said, what's up JC Nation? Hot Zero and Balls said, the barley need to mix. Chio Turkey said, third one is what's here. Breaks Chin said, hello Saggy. Hot Zero and Balls said, the ling yang is pre-packed. Chio Turkey said, hey will be interesting to see how you prepare it. Hot Zero and Balls said, third one is to add with the barley. Breaks Chin said, now, I only don't have pandan leaf. Hot Zero and Balls said, for the cooling effect. Hot Zero and Balls said, according to the TCM shop guy. Sagginess said, what you eating big dog? Ayaburn said, most probably he'll end up preparing for one whole village instead of for 2 to 3 people XD. Breaks Chin said, should I make now? Breaks Chin said, mushroom broth and salmon. Hot Zero and Balls said, yeah make now. Chio Turkey said, I think the Lin Yang can add the Denzi. Grace Chin said, so what are the steps? Jackie said, need a copy for user. Grace Chin said, get me stuff on Chrome, chrome.com. Grace Chin said, IDK with its 10 liter. Chio Turkey said, how much Ling Yang you have? Nin Jinlin said, Jay Chan always wanna make stuff in huge bulk. Chio Turkey said, nah. Hot Zero and Bulls said, hey. Chio Turkey said, we can't see the label. Iovan said, Campbell Spirit, make for everyone in chat to try. Hot Zero and Bulls said, wait. Hot Zero and Bulls said, wait. Ninjaman said, this one cotton valves must monitor lol. Hot Zero and Bulls said, Ling Yang only need 1, 2L. Good Panda said, Cotto Valves panic mode. Hot Zero and Bulls said, for the whole pack. Chio Turkey said, a packet all. When Jaspinally here said, when water boil throw everything inside. Boil for 15 minutes. Then Abbott salt. Hot Zero and Bulls said, need to rinse. Abbott. Grace Chin said, okay. Hot Zero and Bulls said, then throw with 1, 2L. Grace Chin said, got it. Hot Zero and Bulls said, yeah this. Hot Zero and Bulls said, but I never use salt. Hot Zero and Bulls said, we can try. Chio Turkey said, don't need salt la. Grace Chin said, barley also. Hot Zero and Bulls said, then add a bit of rock sugar. Grace Chin said, Jay Chan streams on Mons Wednesday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There may be additional streams sometimes to keep your alerts on. When Jaspinally here said, Hot Zero and Bulls salt helps inflammation. Chio Turkey said, just do that package 1. Chio Turkey said, it helps with the flavor or change liao. Grace Chin said, need to wash meh. Grace Chin said, I'm gonna add a bit of salt. Grace Chin said, just a pinch. Chio Turkey said, you test first. Grace Chin said, okay. Chio Turkey said, it should be lightly bitter but refreshing. Hot Zero N Balls said, okay, I got to go. Hot Zero N Balls said, you'll take care. Breaks Chin said, okay. Chio Turkey said, the other herbs we put back. Hot Zero N Balls said, don't burn the herb. Ninja said, you've got a pathway to cinematic potion. Breaks Chin said, lol. Chio Turkey said, Harry Potter style. Ioban said, if the magic potion heals, gotta ask for recipe. Chio Turkey said, cooking time about 20 to 30 minutes. Chio Turkey said, Ayishan.com. When Justine here said, cover the lid, water will boil faster. Chio Turkey said, wait. Chio Turkey said, did the water even boil earlier? When Justine here said, number. Breaks Chin said, H-A-H-A-H-A. When Justine here said, never boil. Chio Turkey said, bro tilde tilde tilde. Chio Turkey said, supposed to boil then simmer. Arranger Jules said, ah. Chio Turkey said, heck insane. Breaks Jin said, okay, you're almost boiled already, haha. Chio Turkey said, we not blind, sir. Chio Turkey said, boil equals bubbling. Breaks Jin said, there's bubbles. Geotechie said, time check 1.30, should be done around 1.502 p.m. Geotechie said, Breaks Jin said, okay. Geotechie said, one pack lot is $50. Geotechie said, so please don't destroy it. Breaks Jin said, also X-Mare. Geotechie said, buyasian.com. You see the link. Breaks Jin said, static. Lin Yang not cheap. Geotechie said, heck insane. Geotechie said, I told you expressly out. Geotechie said, that's why I am using Bali Ma. Breaks Jin said, haha. Breaks Jin said, I WNA Latvia. Hot Zero Red Bull said, hey no love. Hot Zero Red Bull said, this one not $50. Hot Zero Red Bull said, this is free for $9. Breaks Jin said, I don't throw trash. Hot Zero Red Bull said, Geotechie said, wow. Last on September 6th. Get your tickets here, racegym.com. Brixton said, in lying down. The Panda said, kitchen on fire. Brixton said, yeah right low. Top Zero and Bull said, hello sir. Top Zero and Bull said, where are you? Brixton said, lie on down. Here's what he said, the Lord is hiding now. Brixton said, it's good when they are. Here's what he said, open up the lid. Unavailable 12:34 said, what they can cooking today. Here's what he said, we're doing something outlet. When you see it in your head, you should be able to smell it turning it over now.
Unknown Gamers 1234 cheered X10. Brixton said, your house. Very good said, Harley. Brixton said, hello. Unavailable 12:34 said, hurry up. Very good said, Wisteria will not be running behind the pop-up store. Very good said, missing. Here's what he said, I've tapped in the pot. Very good said, no good to do. Very good said, plus Pac-Man. Brixton said, no.
Grace Chin said, where's that? West side. Very Fit said, north side. Chioteki said, I do think too much water. Very Fit said, got Raiju number 8, Blue Lock, JJK, solo leveling. Grace Chin said, yeah maybe a bit too much water. Grace Chin said, well so many anime. Very Fit said, www.facebook.com. Grace Chin said, the design so Chinese looking issue. Very Ship said, ICANT. Very Ship said, honestly nothing much. Grace Chin said, okay. Very Ship said, just nice I went there to eat J and then I saw. Grace Chin said, ooh. Grace Chin said, Jump Shop got TikTok online sales under Omnizakai. Game 1234 said, Jake Chan hope you get well soon with your boys. Grace Chin said, thank you. Uno Gamers 1234 said, drink more plain water. Very Ship said, got HXH. Grace Chin said, Jump Shop online sales is TikTok live so gotta follow. Think Friday 8 PM. Last week have this week DK what they pulling out. Grace Chin said, new here. Make sure to follow so you never miss a stream. Very Ship said, OHHHHH. Grace Chin said, sorry it's Omnishoten. Breaks Chin said, not Sekai. Cog 0 N Balls said, did you measure the water? Breaks Chin said, no. Very Ship said, 72 followers. Breaks Chin said, yeah, they just started. Very Ship said, huh. Breaks Chin said, lol, sorry, I used TikTok for a while. Very Ship said, jump scared. Very Ship said, here we are. Breaks Chin said, sorry for the jump scare. Very Ship said, how you and Cottonmouth communicate at home now. Breaks Chin said, this nice, I just put the mic at the speaker with him on the toilet. Breaks Chin said, I can talk but after a while we'll lose again. Breaks Chin said, so best not to. Very Ship said, throw hand signs. Very Ship said, use AI voice. Breaks Chin said, the universe telling me to speak with. Breaks Chin said, I voice lol. Berry Ship said, actually what you cooking? Berry Ship said, herbal soup ah. Breaks Chin said, Ling Yang Shui. Berry Ship said, Ling Yang Shui. Breaks Chin said, Yi. Food Panda said, why music suddenly we in jungle chase? Hot Zero N Balls said, what's the situation now? Hot Zero N Balls said, why we starring at the pot? Food Panda said, house on fire. Breaks Chin said, Abbott tasteless. Hot Zero N Balls said, did you try it? Berry Ship said, too much water ISSIT. Hot Zero N Balls said, you never measure 1.2 L right. Food Panda said, or J Chan has COVID. Hot Zero N Balls said, add some rock sugar. Breaks Chin said, nah. Breaks Chin said, IDW too sweet. Breaks Chin said, think this is good. Hot Zero N Balls said, just a bit. Food Panda said, add the sugar from Prata House. Hot Zero N Balls said, that time I added too much. Hot Zero N Balls said, but up to you. Grace Chin said, Eaton Alphates just raided the channel with 5 viewers. Hey chat, check out Eaton Alphates at twitch.tv. They were last playing Shadow Gambit, the cursed brew. Eaton Alphates said, has abandoned us. Friendship ended with Eatonal, now you're our best friend. IJ Chan, Pod Zero N Balls said, hi. Eaton Alphates said, harlow harlow HANDSOM. Berry Ship said, 07. Grace Chin said, welcome Raiders. Cot Zero N Balls said, hello Raiders. Disgusting Yaoshu said, Eaton Alphates harlow. Cot Zero N Balls said, 07. Grace Chin said, thanks for the raid. Eaton Alphates said, AYYXIAOYU. How's your stream? Berry Ship said, silent stream. Eaton Alphates said, stream went well, completed many challenges. Eaton Alphates said, have to go off for my own lunch as well, meeting the wife outside for sushi. Grace Chin said, Ling Yang Shui is good. We're running a Dungeons and Dragons intro class on September 6th. Get your tickets here, greatschin.com. Okay, enjoy your lunch. Berry Ship said, YUMSSS. Eaton Alphates said, ooh you're making noodles. Grace Chin said, Ling Yang Shui. Eaton Alphates said, Ling Yang so, just water. Eaton Alphates said, not food. Berry Ship said, it's sick person drink. Grace Chin said, not food yeah it's a drink lol. Eaton Alphates said, ooh. Cot Zero N Balls said, OMG. Cot Zero N Balls said, antelope should not be here. Cot Zero N Balls. Grace Chin said, okay we done. Grace Chin said, I'm gonna let it cool and drink later. Grace Chin said, it's expensive but we got the cheaper bears. Grace Chin said, IDK how Cotton Bows got it. Ha ha. Berry Ship said, Cotton got lobang. Hop Zero N Balls said, no la. Hop Zero N Balls said, guys, just go hop your tonic. Hop Zero N Balls said, buy the pre-packed. Hop Zero N Balls said, this is $9 for 3 packets. Breaks Chin said, lol. Breaks Chin said, yeah, just regular shop stuff. Breaks Chin said, let's go ask what is AGC doing today.
That is yakitori, yo. $480 for 2 chicken and 2 chicken and beef. Yo, Jay-chan, what happened to your voice, man? I looked into your stream, I saw you boiling, what, dashi stock was it? Then the music sounded like very FF15 camping kind of thing. What am I doing today? Is it, oh yeah, I forgot you don't read stream titles. I'm in Nara. So from Nagoya, I took a bus, a 2.5-hour bus from Nagoya to Nara. So now I'm in Nara. I just finished my supermarket meal. So this is my supermarket meal. 500 yen tempura.
Breaks Chin said,
soba,
you'll WNA go see deers with AGC.
And a Coca-Cola. And then I'm gonna go walk around when it's a little cooler. So probably it's 3 p.m. now, so about 3:30 I'll head out and try to find the deers. Yeah. Go toilet, be right back.
Breaks Chin said, you're ready to raid. Breaks Chin said, let's go. Small Brain Moves said, Harry Mr. J-Chan. Breaks Chin said, AYY hello. Breaks Chin said, sorry I'm about to raid out. Breaks Chin said, tomorrow will bring you guys to Gundam Base pop-up. Chonka Cheese said, see you sleep more man. Breaks Chin said, we'll start earlier and I'll see the situation. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep more. Small Brain Moves said, ooh, I just woke up. Hope you had a good stream and your voice gets better soon. Hop Zero N Balls said, see deer after you drink deer. Breaks Chin said, thanks, stream was good. Yes ha. Breaks Chin said, go see deer after I drink deer horns guys. Breaks Chin said, hey buy YouTube first. Buy YouTube. Hop Zero N Balls said, buy YouTube. Small Brain Moves said, by the way YouTube. Bye.